Welcome back. To workers and resources. Hello, Think Like. Rickety Railway. Welcome. We're back in workers and resources, seeing if we can stop our population decline. I don't know what's happening. We'll have to investigate, see how it goes. Also, our financial drain might be something we will have to work on. Hello, Yamnuska. Welcome. Back in our Republic. Maintenance situation, I guess. Seeing if we can stabilize our population. We've lost quite a few over the last 3 years. Last 2 years. I guess it depends on how it will be at the end of this year. Seems like the drop seems to be slowing down. Oh, Scarlet. Welcome. So, we'll see. The hospitals are better staffed now. I don't know if that was a reason, but I could see it as being an issue. People were complaining about not being able to visit a doctor. It is still present, but the drain is only 0.1% on their health. Means I think 68 people weren't able to finish their hospital visit because it was overfilled. I've got to check it during winter, I guess. Wieder fit. What do you mean wieder fit? I'm exhausted. It was 32 degrees today and I walked 8 kilometers. I don't know why. I felt like it was the right thing to do. I felt less bad than when I was walking 5 kilometers and it was 30 degrees. So it seems like there's something. There's an improvement. But yeah. Still very warm. Loyalty prison still doing its thing. Yeah, the smaller ones are just going to be overflow. Plus the one we built next to the eating plant, once we need it, we can reactivate it and act as an overflow. Currently trying to populate the area next to the large prison with loyal workers to try and run this with increased loyalty requirements. See if we can manage that. This should have very high loyalty. But we do need an active secret police to make sure the workers go to their correct facilities. I have a spare chemical storage here. For the water treatment plants, I think we might be able to rely just on this logistics input, and then, I don't know, we can... no, maybe a warehouse will be necessary. I think we'll kind of have to duplicate it. Maybe we can make an improved version. 34 degrees, too warm? Yes, it's too warm. I might take a cold shower in between the stream, I don't know yet. Right now I'm feeling fine. But yeah, I was skipping on streaming workers and resources because it heats up my room a lot. But I'll try it today. We'll see how well it goes. It is June. Population growth should already be underway for like a month. And I guess it is. Since April. End of April. Let's see what it will do. Okay, you're in the hospital. You are in the same hospital. All good. We have plenty of housing capacity. We can go up to 18,000 citizens. So we don't need to build anything right now. Hello, Kelly McElrath. Happy Monday to you too. Welcome. Our storage for the coal reserve is now up and running with a train line that I'm actually happy with, except maybe the corners here, but I don't think I want to rework this right now. I kind of want to, but nah, it's operational. It'll do okay. Production is back to normality too. All good. I am thinking of building the power plant in the city and just going absolutely crazy with the pollution situation. I'm thinking about completely throwing caution to the wind, but if we can't make this work, then this is too much pollution. I would like the birth rate increase research and fill all of the housing up and see if it can actually manage it. But yeah, I think this one is draining our population count a lot. Shouldn't really be that much worse, but who knows? It is probably the cause. Might have to turn off people moving in here. See if we can recover. Because the people are spreading into these houses. Because there's free flats available. And then if they die more quickly, that would be a problem. It shouldn't really be any worse than the other houses, because the life expectancy doesn't drop any worse than the other houses does. I think it was just the hospitals. If we build a hospital here, I think it would stabilize it sufficiently. Maybe next to the vehicle production line. More housing here is planned, but we also want the conveyor belts going through. That was a very late meow. Eesh. Underload's being a little bit delayed today. Wait, what? Copy. Third road. What is it copying? What is it doing? I'm worried. What is it? What tool do you have right now? What is that? It's like a rail construction repair tool or something? Still doing demolition. I think. Yes. And the other construction train here blocking everything. Oh, Neo Contra played meow, and I don't know if that was the meow that was played or if that one's also gonna get delayed by like 6 minutes. Once that section of track has been demolished, we can get rid of the cargo trains platform. And then it's just train tracks we need to remove. That should then be fine. More train tracks. All good. Sewage pipe gone, water pipes all gone. Looks like we can get rid of the sewage discharge. All areas being cleared out. Why wasn't the copying tool working? This one's working, but not for roads? Oh, now it's working. I don't know what's happened. That train, I forgot they were that long. Yes, they are sizable. Why wouldn't they be? Already taken 2 cold showers today, and I'm going to take a 3rd one later too. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a good way to deal with it. I would make them longer if I could. Without mods. Yes. No mods. I don't know about the population growth, it seems kinda iffy. I hope we can at least get over 17,000 again. There's still a decent chunk of time until mid of October, but I don't know. Hello, George Rockland. Welcome. I don't know where you're going. Quite the trip. I guess we're getting fuel. And there was no fuel here? No, this one's full. Reasonably sized train lengths. If we check the health. It is going up now again. We had that massive drop when I decided to cut funding for some of the hospitals in an attempt to squeeze some more workforce into other places, and it might have caused the healthcare crisis. Also have I had a ton of escapes. Yeah, birth rate and death rate. Not covering it right now. The same for this year. Yes, the meow, very delayed. It's absolutely horrendous. 2010 was the last year it was okay. I feel like our birth rate is normally not okay. Like, I don't know how we managed to maintain a stable population. Our death rate is always exceeding our birth rate. That seems so weird. Must be something funky going on with the calculations. Hello, Carpath Ice. Welcome. Do I have immigrants? No. Last time we got immigrants was in 1960 to 1970, 344 people. Haven't had immigrants for 45 years. So if we check, for example, a year where we had a lot of population growth, maybe. Comparatively, at least. I wonder if the orphans count as dying and then getting replaced by different children. Maybe the orphans are all sins. There might be something weird going on with the calculations. I don't think that's changing them, but I don't know. Well, at least we will get to 16,500. 2.5 months. No, 3 months. Let's see how good the population growth gets. If we get to 17,500, I'll throw in the research for the population growth. And then we can repeatedly research that one if we want to, in the medical university. It might help us recover during future crises. I don't know if I want to incorporate it into a normal regime for the settlement to just rely on population growth to keep the city running. It seems like it could just postpone the inevitable disaster. Because if everyone is living inside pollution, then having more people also just means more death. %85 loyalty in here. Very good. So yeah, they're already working inside the prison, but we're not doing any loyalty boost. I don't know if I were to do loyalty boost, if we could get positive loyalty. No, not yet. There's still way too many different workers in here. Plus, we don't have a enforcement of what loyalty should be. I think I have a suspicion what it could be. I think we might have a low birth rate, or like a low... This is gonna be kind of weird and gamey, but I think the issue is that if children don't get to the school quickly and they just travel around in a circle for a very long time, they don't grow up very quickly. So it might be a good idea to have orphanages close to the schools. Or vice versa, schools close to the orphanages. So I believe that they might be able to have a better time here now. These two orphanages might do better now. So maybe a saturation of more schools is going to be helpful. Not even going by the fact that we were running way under capacity on our schools and we have to catch up. Got a lot of uneducated workforce that is moving into these houses, and that needs an education too. We need some highly educated workers moving in here so that we can run the schools more effectively. More population, basically. I guess I could drop some highly educated workers from one of our buildings in there. That will help. Hopefully they find enough staff. If not, the highly educated will have to work as staff members for the time being, until some people graduate school, and then they can move into those houses if they don't already live there, if they might be already over the age of 21. And once they graduate, get a basic education, they can work the staff slots in the school. They will need them. That'll help. Then the extra highly educated workers will start working as teachers too. Hello, Burns. Welcome. Okay, 16,400 in July. August, September. I don't know. I'm not feeling very confident. Last month, we had a population increase from 15,800 to 16,100. So 300 people. We get 300 people per month, we're going to be at 17,000 again. And maybe with the better school system and allowing people without an education to move into places, maybe we're actually going to be fine. We're also accepting people with high loyalty and no education into one of these houses now. Because that's not too far from a school, if I remember where the school was. And eventually we'll have gone through everyone here getting a school education. Maybe I should toggle on the checkbox just so we can focus on those that are very close to actually finishing their education. Even though it decreases the overall capacity, since we do have some people with the age of 21 or older, it would put those sort of at the front of the queue, because presumably they have already gotten a bit of education and they'll join the workforce more quickly. But yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the population growth rates, showing weird numbers. Getting more workers in this area also means that the orphanages are going to be more effective, which will come in handy once we start hitting October and pollution kicks in. Once people die, their children will be taken care of. I'm so tempted to just plaster down a ton of orphanages, but we do use a lot of workers for the orphanages. It is necessary for us though. It feels like it's a lot of wasted workforce, but it is basically... I mean, you could think of an orphanage as a integrated... They get their food and clothing and meat here, so it's basically children living here as if they have a house. They don't need to go to a store. It is an integrated police station, courthouse and prison in one, basically. What's not to like? You reduce criminality, and you increase population growth. You save people. Our loyalty gain is sufficient. They're not near zero. They're near the ideal level of around 33-35%. Ideal in the sense that only monuments will keep them afloat. Alright, let's start removing the last couple train tracks here. We'll basically go by one by one. For these, they have to go into this area and then reverse back into this place to remove it, because they can't do it from this side, since they can't turn around past the signal. And the other ones they can remove from coming onto this line and parking here until it's demolished. The last one we'll probably remove is this one. All the way up here. With all of the other sections removed, it'll be one piece of line basically. But first we have to get the other ones out of the way. Otherwise the trains don't have a way to get to them. Scarly. I don't think that's a cutification. Is it? I don't know if that's the codification of the name. I doubt it. It's dubious. How's the maintenance looking? Decent. Construction officers are not doing much. They're helping with the maintenance, so everything is looking okay. Alright, footpaths here are done. Can get rid of the dirt ones. We'll preemptively turn those footpaths into footpaths with streetlights and bricks, because they will probably have housing hooked up to them, so they need a lot of walking distance. We can also get rid of the dirt footpaths leading into the school now, because the other ones have been built too. Come on, population growth. Not a decent amount of staff here. Not yet, at least, but like I said, some of them over the age of 21 living nearby. It is telling them to go to the orphanage as a priority, and that is true. I still believe that to be the most effective way to deal with the population loss. But this year might change my mind if we can't get it recovered. The hospitals are running again at full efficiency. We got spare orphanage capacity to at least start working into October, November. I was thinking of 3 orphanages total for this area, because of the high amount of pollution. That was my thought process. No more green strips. Who needs those? Let's scour the prices. So biological waste, not worth as much anymore by a huge margin. It immediately dropped on the first day of January from 2,290 to 22. So that's not anything we can use. We might have to start setting some more production facilities up, something that actually we use for money making. We could, for example, do some clothing factories in the middle of the city. I would be up for that. Because they only use fabric and turn it into clothing, we could supply them by transportation off of the existing infrastructure. We drop them into an area that we are okay with having pollution. We're just going to have a lot of population capacity. Maybe we can set up some clothing factories here. I won't be able to use the prison workforce because I don't have any prison buses available. That match the date. I mean, we could go, like, we said 1930-ish is okay. I guess we could get some prison buses working. This one's from 1924, 1912 even. I guess it's possible. We just don't have a prison bus horse carriage, I guess. If the structure isn't doing re-education, that would be perfectly viable. And then we could maybe run a clothing factory in here. But we need to get the population stabilized first. We are approaching end of August, and we have already gone over 16,700. So population growth is massive right now, I think. Because we're less than 300 people away from 17,000. If we go any amount over 17,000, I think we are back in business. We didn't have that drop that we had last year. It's the sharp incline. But we also had that in 2013, and then at some point it dropped. We'll see where we end up on. But yeah, maybe another hospital as well for this area, especially the higher density. And if we get the clothing factories here, then it kind of would be necessary to just build that anyway. I don't want to run them in the other opposite direction. It could alleviate traffic here a little bit. I guess it would be better actually. Let's see. Clockwise and counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. Guess we'll run the clockwise one in the opposite direction. Switch 3 and 4 around. When they run in the opposite direction, should reduce the traffic jam amount a bit, but they will have a bit of a problem going over the junction because they will run across each other. But if there's a cluster of trams arriving, then it is a little bit better. So these ones should... no, not these ones. These ones should go the opposite direction now. But they have already been assigned that route, I guess. Yeah. What is the first one? This one. This one is now running the new route. So the clockwise trams are going to crisscross over the road. They do not have the right of way, which is okay. And there's not that many trams running through here, and especially barely any road traffic. There shouldn't be any problems with that either. Yeah, I want to know if we can run this area stable, with these houses actually being full. That is like the goal. These houses being full with the steel mill and the vehicle production running. The high polluting area, basically just dousing everything in massive amounts of pollution like it does with these houses, which are fine over winter, even with their life expectancy dropping below 50. If we can reach that, we'll be alright. And then the clothing factory hospital setup here I think will happen. But I will get the technology for birth rate increase once we raise our population by less than 700 people. Not sure it's gonna happen this year though. How much pollution can you handle until life expectancy is too low? We don't know yet. We have very high pollution epicenters that push the life expectancy down to 45 and slightly lower. And those areas seem to be doing okay. If you have a waste spill from overflowing garbage containers, that seems to kill people directly rather than just lowering health. So garbage containers are kind of different. But we are basically in the red. Maximum pollution right now is 45% in this area. We had 99% up here, but that's just to see the edge of the town, so it's I mean, it's the highest amount of pollution recorded. So the The city center, I guess, hasn't seen that high of a pollution amount just yet, I guess. I guess it's just telling you the current pollution. So we have to maybe look during winter. I believe it's gonna be at 100%. Honestly, I expected you to rely on tourism entirely and maybe less pollutant industry rather than big polluters like steel and vehicle manufacturing. Well, I wanted to make a 19th century style settlement with the steel mill at the center and spit in the face of pollution, because we don't care about that. Pollution isn't real. But we have to build very carefully to actually make it survivable. Got 1 month left. 100 people to go over 17,000 pretty much. That should be achievable. Next month the heating plants will kick in again. If things stay the way they are, we might have to start doing some farming. If crops and fabric are our most expensive imports, and we can't fix it with just clothing factories, we might have to do our own farming and set up a farm outside to make sure we don't have to import crops. 6,600 crops, tons of crops used last year, imported. We consumed... yeah, about the same. Nerve max birth rate can somewhat deal with 60 to 70% health. Our health is dropping during winter a lot. You can't have it all the time. But yeah, we're going all the way down to 74. Health is like a slow adjustment to the life expectancy. Life expectancy changes much more quickly. So that one goes down to 60. Or below. Looks like once we're below average lifespan of 60, we're not looking too happy. I mean, we'll see this year. We will go over 17,000. We have enough time. So we will have more population than last year, where we did not breach 17,000. It should be on an upwards trend again. And yeah, we'll have to figure out the money situation. Our loan capacity is 74 million, which is a lot. That would be 7.4 billion without the adjustment. Got 2 trains importing coal into the coaling station on the track. I don't know if I could bring coal there by conveyor. Kinda build a terrible conveyor to go over the train tracks. That would be doable. At least on that side. It's a very low conveyor on both sides, which indicates that it is not as easy to do. But if we were to get rid of one of these these technical services, we could have one on this side. Use a merger. Get it over the road. And then the other one to get it over the train tracks, and that should probably connect quite easily. So I would have to relocate one of the technical services if I wanted this to be filled by conveyors. Which I kind of do. These technical services aren't that busy yet, but we need the buffer in case something goes wrong. I can relocate them in here. I made more space in this area. Well, I might have to change... well, I guess we can move the footpath. I'd rather move the road, I think. We'll bring the road out. straight line, diagonal, get this wobble out of here. I think it'll be okay. I mean, I guess this one we could already build. Pretty much. We just have to line it up with this road. Snapping point doesn't line up. So about here. Let's see, from here, there, that is lined up. Slightly too close. There we go. So if this goes across, it will then... the connection of the other road will still be fine. But for the time being, I guess we will have to run it in the opposite direction. Not happy with that, I guess. Okay, let's make some space here. $11,000, 17,100 people. Still not October, but the heating plants have now kicked in. Means at some point the orphanages are gonna start filling up. Which will act as a sort of buffer before the population drop starts kicking in full force. Alright, Scarlet, you do that. I'll just manage the Republic by myself then. All good. This will basically allow our supply trains for the city to just skip that delivery, so they won't slow on the track anymore, like this one's demonstrating, which will increase the speed and the throughput. Like this will not happen anymore. Instead, the supply train for the power plant will have to run a little bit more, but as you can tell, it's not stressed out very much right now at all, since it is picking up locally from the coal reserve. So I think this will be a good change. And the last conveyor would be where currently the technical service is located. We'll have to wait to build the replacement ones before we can remove one. I will only remove one and probably build a couple in this area. I was thinking of having the drop-off point here, so we can run the whole delivery to the incinerators in the incineration area by distribution office, which I also like. Maybe I'll do that instead. I need to figure out a way to collect all the waste from all the technical services in an area, which I guess could be by road cargo station until it's overloaded. But I want to get rid of this road cargo station here. I think this is slightly inefficient. I believe we could have another incinerator here instead, giving us more capacity instead. Probably even fit a third incinerator, like could have 4 incinerators here if we move this one to the left and change the footpaths around a bit. Oh, we'll see. For now, the conveyor connection for the coaling station on the main track, and I think a new waste collection area to make sure that this doesn't become an issue, because there's a lot of like traffic in this location. So probably have to build one of these road cargo stations with higher capacity, or multiple. But I think like a one-way one is going to be enough. How many loading gates do you have? 4. Yeah, that would probably be enough. If there's 4 loading gates in here, that would be double the throughput. This one doesn't have too many problems. It's not like punching up too much, but it could be an issue relatively soon, I guess. Just have to make sure that the incoming waste carriages and waste trucks don't have a problem with this. We sent them around on the outside, a right-hand turn in here, then they would have to do a left-hand turn to get back, but similarly if we sent them in here they would have to do a right-hand turn, and then I guess this would be better this way. Drop-off point, and then a bunch of waste storages to collect it, containers, so it doesn't deteriorate. And a distribution office with trucks to pick up the waste from this area instead and send it to the incinerators, which uncouples the incinerators from the technical services. And in an emergency we could send the waste directly into the dump with the claw machine to have it just shipped out if we can't incinerate it anymore, if something went wrong, or if we're over capacity, I guess. Alright, road demolition almost completely done. There we go. Alright, well, that's gonna be the new route. Groceries have been achieved. Now for the final leg of the trip home. Good job. Sounds like the store had some groceries and it wasn't running out of food and there was no queue in front of it. Oh, very capitalist. Okay, we got to 17,270 so far. Good number. Slowly flattening out, but definitely better than last year. I hope that next year is going to be even better and we can go back to being over 18,000 soon. But those orphanages will start working overtime soon, as people start dying from the pollution. They're not full yet. Also, I guess we can start on the technical service. Oh, well, technical service was supposed to be elsewhere. I have decided that I think I want this to be the new waste collection arrival area for the technical services. True capitalist fashion, the queue is only inside the supermarket, yes. I mean, these ones are still fine. You know what? I'm gonna risk it and not give you any new building for now. I regret it later. I'll regret it later. We'll get that demolished and set up a conveyor. Should be doable with one extra conveyor engine. Also make sure that the conveyor is set up in a way where the road here doesn't have an issue. If we want to extend our demolition area. Okay, next up is this piece of track. And the other two sides can be done from the main line itself. And the construction trains know to turn around at the customs house, I guess. So we could shorten this track first, but I'll just tell them to demolish one by one. Which means it'll get the full workforce into one vehicle and it shouldn't take too long. Let me strength that I won't stop at the donor on my walk from the train. Donor sounds very good right now. After my walk I went for Indian food. I got some spicy food right now because I felt like it's very hot, might as well eat something spicy. And it was a good choice, I think. I liked it. Lend me strength. Talking to the wrong person there. Unless you need someone to carry donors, then I guess I can help. 17,300 pretty much. Very good. Nice. But population rate is flattening out. We'll see how it goes. Not too much waste to pick up, which is nice. I'll probably just run dirt footpaths here and a dirt road through. Don't think there needs to be anything more dramatic in this area right now. Hello, Diamic. Welcome. Was a close call. Did almost get you? I was pro that, by the way, just saying. Three train tracks. I guess it's gonna be too wide, huh? That could be an issue. Does it fit over the... Okay, 3 train tracks is fine. We just have to make sure that we leave enough space for the first leg of the conveyor to be on this side. Then it'll work. Would have blamed me too. Like I said, I was pro. I was encouraging you. I would have accepted the blame for that. No problem. Can't be further away than that, I think, because otherwise it gets too flat. Since the conveyor starts at the bottom. This does work. And it's complaining about the road bridge pillars. The rail line is fine, but it does want even spacing otherwise. I guess we're okay with that. Nothing planned over here, but who knows, maybe we'll build something at some point. Calling, making dirty air. There's no problem, it just smells a little bit different. Yeah, after that, the large coal trains won't have to stop on the track anymore, which will help with traffic a little bit. That'll be nice. Won't take long to build all of that. Conveyors and the engines can be supported by cranes. Will be fine. Okay, if the population is fixed, I would count getting over 18,000 again as being fixed. Then we're gonna go and drop one, maybe two clothing factories in here. Get a prison bus. Open this prison, and this one's not gonna be for rehabilitation, this one's gonna be for profit. Does mean that the prisoners will stay in prison for slightly longer, I guess. But at least prisons are unaffected by pollution, as far as I can tell. That'll help. No, my population will not be popped, thank you. I don't think we had heating issues, did we? I guess we'll wait. Nope. Don't see any dip. Heating plants are all sufficiently staffed. So next year I think we're gonna go over 17,500, get the population growth research in, and then plan for having the hospital. And once the hospital has been built, I don't know, like, an extra hospital seems kinda excessive. This one's not even fully busy yet, but we want to have high density population. "57 people unable to visit a doctor." Doesn't seem right. It's not a recurring issue, I don't think. Because that disappears again, so on the second try I guess they are able to visit it. It might just keep track of all the attempts that people have made, which I guess makes sense. This one lists all the reasons why people had a decline in health. So if someone can't visit a doctor, but then the next week they can, it still keeps track of it. 14,800 people affected by pollution. The rest is probably orphans or people in prisons. Or children. Although the children, I guess, would also be affected. Maybe not as much. I might move this horse feeder. I'm thinking about having a waiting area for crop trains in the future somewhere else, but these are working so well. But if we need a third crop train, then we would have to have a different area, because I don't only have waiting lines for 2. And when you want to play with long trains, if you want to make sure your network can maintain long trains while also having short trains, you need to make sure that every long train on the network has a dedicated parking space. So if it goes through the network, once it goes to the customs house and comes back, or goes to an industry and comes back, it needs a place to be. Otherwise it's going to get stuck on the network and block trains on junctions, basically. If we have a long train that doesn't have a space to be and it gets stuck on the signal, well, it's 450 meters long, it's probably going to block this junction then, which will block other trains. Always be aware of where your long trains are going to be parked. And then you can run long trains over short train networks just fine. Because the issue just shows up if the long train gets stuck somewhere. We only had room for one long crop train and the other one was waiting on the main track for this one to move out of the way before it can go in. Not ideal. And then you can also have a variable amount of train lengths on your network. and just plan it around the shortest length of train that is always moving around, where you don't have a dedicated waiting space because you expect them to wait on the line somewhere. But even then, it's best to have a plan for where the trains will be, because once a short train waits, the long train might wait behind it, and then everything will grind to a halt as well. I was expecting to have more staff in here, to be honest, but I guess I can solve that by telling this to work in the orphanage first, and then excess workers go to the school, and then they can go anywhere else. This will drastically increase the efficiency of the school, because now every highly educated worker can go into the teacher slot, as the staff slots should fill up. And hopefully we can catch up with education, because it seems like we have quite a few uneducated workers right now. No 21-year-olds without their own flat waiting, but these structures are filling up with uneducated workers, and it's a bit of a problem. So I think that is how we will solve it. Of course, maybe if I assign the building that has more regular educated citizens, it would probably work better. But yeah, as soon as we finish educating those 57 people, they can work in the school after the orphanage is fully staffed, and then work elsewhere. Hopefully that won't affect the grocers too much. Bit of a waiting time in the grocers is okay. I don't know if you're gonna get to the place to drink alcohol in time. You'll have to ride another tram, since I didn't place a pub here yet. Oh. You went to an attraction building instead of drinking alcohol. I guess that works. Speaking of which, maybe they deserve an indoor pool here. So far sports hasn't gone down below 96% yet. So I guess them taking a tram ride to one of the inner city sports halls and indoor pools is sufficient right now. Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be an industrial area, we'll figure out a place to have a sports hall. I don't want to overdo it on water supply. I'm pretty sure at some point we're going to feel the limitations of our medium pipe water network. Two water purification plants coming out with large water pipes. And it's all kind of small pipes. I guess I can propagate it further into the city. This water pump at least. Directly into another water tower. Further down the line, if I want to have more throughput of a large water pipe. Or at least like a medium one. Providing 60 cubic meters right now. I do have one more output left. It could go elsewhere. On this side it's a little bit more dangerous, I guess, because we would cut off the water supply to a whole area if we redid things, but we could think about reworking the water pipe going into this water switch and just saying screw it, you'll be without water for a couple days, weeks, as we redo the water pipe into a large one, and then we split off the water pipes off here, and we have one more connection from that water switch going forward. You're not able to bring the workers here effectively, huh? I'll assign the maintenance office, I guess. That one's okay. People can probably walk to that construction site just fine. We'll see if we can fix that up. It's still on the groundworks phase. Not sure where the excavator is right now. $16,800 people going into the new year. We started at 16,500, so we have a population increase of 300 something. I wouldn't count that as recovered yet, but we're back on an upwards trend. That counts for something. Orphanages are crammed full. School has enough staff, not enough highly educated workers. I am not forcing the highly educated workers to go to the school. I'm hoping that more highly educated workers will show up on their own volition. We might have to designate more highly educated workers being acceptable to move in here. You're assigned to work in the orphanage, so I guess you won't get any highly educated workers for the time being. Well, yeah, they should choose to work in the school by themselves. The only other highly educated worker space would be the secret police, and other than that, I don't think I have a requirement for highly educated workers other than maybe the vehicle factory, but that's not in walking distance, so they shouldn't care. Conveyor is nearing completion. Still waiting on that groundwork. Okay, this waste storage is pretty much exclusive for those three houses, minus the orphanage and the other one, but the orphanage is putting their waste into the other storages first. So I think having these three houses connected to that waste storage should also be okay. Yep, a little bit of an education crisis. Also not enough teachers here. Highly educated workers allowed to move in, please. I guess I had that set to high loyalty, and then I disabled that, so no highly educated workers were able to move in anymore. Right now we still need to make sure that the prison is fully staffed, and we'll try and turn on the large prison on loyalty first, before we start feeding anything into any school. It's the new year, you're fine. Just 3 cases ran over the limit. Still at 33% highly educated workers. Hello Zadlier. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Congratulations to going over 200 people. How was your stream? Hope you had a good run. 200 raid indeed. Welcome raiders, I'm the Sprite Ridge. We're also playing Workers and Resources. We're doing our MegaCity 19 run, where we build a city based on horse carriages and steam trains, staying into the mood of a 19th century style settlement perpetually. Pretty much. And yeah. Also disregarding pollution for a bunch. 220 even. Was a good stream. Excellent. Oh, the Trussie. Alarm. We had to get rid of our production on biological waste because it was not profitable anymore. Very sad to say, but it has to happen. I guess I'm going to shorten this first. The train would still stand around on the main track, I guess. Get rid of that one first. Good to see you also over 200 population. Yeah, we had a little bit of a population decline. I think I figured it out now. Also, average lifespan 64.7. With health of some of these houses being at an awesome 46, 48, or even, well, this one's only at 46. It used to be at 44 sometimes, but I guess it doesn't have a lot of people in it right now. Still trying to repopulate. Oh, you got up to 35. Excellent. That should be the hovering around. Like, some will go up to 37, while some will only hover around 33, but that's about it. Currently trying to get loyalty restarted. We're at 36. I still have some highly loyal people around, but I need to get the loyalty chicane running again. We only have 1 loyalty person right now from the beginning. That is making highly loyal workers with regular and basic education. I'm funneling them back into the houses that run this prison. So these have the loyalty settings for 75% or higher loyalty checked. But also now into new houses, because I want to restart this prison as a loyalty prison again. And I'm waiting for these houses to raise their average loyalty to something over 70 or 60% before I will turn that on. I did not move the people out of this house first, which might have been a bit... Could have probably done this cleaner. I mean, there's not a lot of loyal people in here yet. I guess I'll do that. Just move in anywhere, it's fine. The leader sprite should just burn it down and start over, right? Yeah, I mean, having a loyalty below 60% is kinda disgusting. We do not use any electronics here ever. No radios, TVs or computers. And we did manage to get loyalty up to over 60% at one point, which is higher than the loyalty of migrants on average. So I was very proud of that, and then it all collapsed because it's a very fragile system and I didn't manage to restart it yet. I'm always dreaming of more loyalty. But yeah, goal currently is to get to 17,500 citizens so I can do the research on population growth. Because we did have a bit of a catastrophe. I don't think I showed the graph. So we had a nice population growth up to 18,200 citizens, and then I think the reason was I decided to skimp on medical care, and we had 2 years where population plummeted down to below 16,000 again during winter, and below 17,000 during summer, autumn. But hopefully we're back on track on population growth. Gonna drag all the people to a stadium for some propaganda speeches. Yeah, that doesn't unfortunately work. The way we do it is if they get caught by committing a crime, which could be not having enough loyalty, they might get sent to the re-education prison. In which case they will be subjected to 24/7 propaganda and they get released with 100% loyalty. Isn't that beautiful? So you are basically on your last shift in the prison and you will get released into either one of the houses that is right next to the loyalty prison, or the other prison next to the sewage treatment plant. This loyalty prison is kind of special because only those 4 houses have walking access to it. No one else can walk into this prison. There's road access, but there's a no pedestrians allowed sign. And then these footpaths are not connected to the outside either, so only those 4 houses can work in that prison. So we don't have to worry about secret police not being able to tell the loyalty of people. This one will always work, as long as those houses have enough people. So once your free time is up, you have decided to move into that building in preparation for working in the new prison at some point, which is good. For that I selected over 50% loyalty. And I think we will probably start it as soon as this house is full too, because we already got 90 workers here with 81% loyalty. Maybe I'll bring up the loyalty requirement to 50% and see how it goes. I do have the checkbox set to tell me if there's not enough wardens, so if it is going to complain, I'll know about it pretty quickly. People with unknown loyalty will still show up and work in here occasionally, but the majority will be loyal people then. I've kind of decided that if this, with the current setup, goes back over 18,000 citizens, I'm going to build some clothing factories next to these houses. Because clothing factories only need like 1 truck or 2 to transport stuff. We might even bring a train to them, I'm not sure yet. I don't think I have a clean way to get a rail connected to them. Maybe? Nah, the road is way too close. This would work, I guess. Could bring a train in this way. Or even work over that road, huh? So it's just here where I made the... Okay. What? Is it just like the footpath junctions or something? Okay, apparently here it works. So we could have a train come in, bring in fabric and export clothing. That would only be for export. If it isn't sufficient to have just this clothing factory for domestic consumption, I would use that for making profit again. So I would like to start making money again. The other alternative is just to wait and see once we have enough workers inside the road vehicle production again, because that one should also be very profitable. It's just not running as efficiently as it could. Also because of pollution, of course. But who cares about pollution? Not us. Although it's not spreading as much into the residential area as it used to. We're definitely not getting hit much by it right now. But this house should be. Even that one is doing kinda okay. It is below 50 years of life expectancy. What price nearly reached 24 rubles per ton? Excellent. I mean, for the year after the start, that's quite high. Our price on biological waste has crashed all of a sudden in 2010. So here you can see the biological waste price development. 2,000 rubles per ton. Our prices got cut down by times 100. So we currently have 2 billion rubles, but got divided by 100. So this is 200,000 per ton, and then on the 1st of January it was like, yeah, price is back to normal. Also for fertilizer. Other prices were not affected. Board price is not that high. It's 44 rubles. Adjusted for inflation, that's not a lot. I always look at the US dollar price, because that's mostly inflation cleared. Gravel would be better than that, for sure. But a gravel quarry without modern industry is kind of a pain in the butt. It does work. This requires a lot of vehicles, because the gravel processing plant doesn't have incoming conveyor connections. Unless that got changed, but I don't think it did. That's kind of like one of its defining features. It's quite small and cheap, but no inbound conveyor connections. So you basically have to feed it into a storage right in front of it and then have a truck moving it back and forth. Lack of conveyor belt is an issue. You can work around it. If you have this set up that way, then you have a simple small aggregate storage in front of it, and just have a truck moving back and forth constantly, or up to 2 trucks even. It does keep it reasonably filled. The output you can filter, and here into the storage you can bring it in by conveyor. Not as convenient as the modern one. The modern one is just really, really efficient. Let me check my food prices. Food is currently at 20 US dollars. Inflation reduction, it would normally be 2,000 by now, which is quite high. 20 times the gravel price. Coal is only 0.9 US dollars. We compare that to crops. Almost a tenth. Almost 10 times as expensive as crops. But we are making our own food from imported crops already. The only thing to consider is maybe growing our own crops, but I don't want to get onto that bandwagon yet. Now, if I really feel confident, I could put a chemical factory in here, like a fabric factory. Those things are polluting us all. Get out 8.2 tons compared to a 2 point something tons, 4 tons for the clothing factory apparently. Yeah. I guess it pollutes as much as a clothing factory. Because you can run 2 clothing factories on 1 fabric factory. And it produces hazardous waste, which is also a lot of fun. Coal supply for this area is still not done by conveyor because we're missing some workers here. They're having some trouble getting to this place. Apparently. Might be a little bit too far. Because they're picking up workers from the bus platform. Then having to go all the way through the city is quite the distance. Apparently barely not making that. Although workers can travel quite far from construction offices. Oh, never mind. That's fine. That's a different... That's fine. Guess I was just impatient. Alright, no more coal drop-off by trains through here. This will be done by the conveyor in the future. Yes, I know. Last demolition. That should get it all sorted, and that gets rid of our biological waste production, which was rail connected. I was making that much money. Don't need that prison yet. It's going to be an overflow prison, probably working in the clothing factories. Can just do a loop back and forth here if we put the clothing factories on that side. High density housing next to them, in walking distance. I mean, the clothing factories are not going to make more pollution than the heating plants, but it all adds up together. There is 4 heating plants in this picture. 5 if you count the small one up in this area. HMS Brickshword, not on this run. Don't have any boats yet. My god, the amount of staff is ridiculously low here. We have a bit of an education crisis. Lots of uneducated workers showing up, which is causing a bit of a problem in this area. I will move a building of regular educated citizens in there now, just to get it stabilized. They can work in the school, they can work in whatever facility. No boats. Yeah, no boats right now. No one has complained about in here there not being enough wardens. So I guess we can crank up the propaganda and start making loyalty in this prison again. Which will start increasing loyalty of prisoners by up to 4% per tick now. Of course, we'll have to wait until we get some new prisoners where the loyalty isn't all the way down. That loyalty tick will always be applied at the end of free time at the setting it is currently at. So with this prisoner being at 0, it's going to be a pretty good showcase of that. Hopefully we get a good amount, but as long as we're trending upwards, I guess over time it'll be okay. I would like to change that prison too, to only let the houses in where the loyalty is sufficient. But this one is connected to the outside and it doesn't work as well. 10 years prison sentence. Still got 3 years. They always serve 0.2 out of a year per free time. Even if they go to work, I think. So got 3 point something percent, got 3% now. So you can do the math. With 3 years left, 0.2, get 5 ticks per year times 3, so 15 ticks of 3%. That's 30 plus another 15. So the prisoner might average around 45%. Depending on what the loyalty will have around. If it's gonna be around 3%, then that'll be released with 45%. But you need to have wardens with over 50% loyalty for that to work. Otherwise, the propaganda doesn't do anything. I just remember liking to joke a lot. Yeah. That's pretty much it. I'm coming for you, Dynamic. I was walking 8 kilometers today in 32 degrees Celsius. I'm coming for your 15 kilometers eventually. I will need better shoes for that though, I think. Or 500 meters today? Alright, I already beat you. I mean, that was an easy win, I guess. We're still gonna be draining population for another month. as the pollution rampages around. But the population drop is not as high as it was the last 2 years. It's already flattening out a bit. So maybe we're going to be recovering at around 16,000-ish population, which would be great. And then go up to 17,500. Repaired washing machine. Okay. Second washing machine already. I think we're bringing a lot of students here, but I think it's still fine. Just a problem that they stay so long inside the school. Alright, now it's conveyor connected. Coal supplier for the coaling station. Still waiting for the rail demolition to finish. There's a little bit of extra steel. I'll just let that slide in. All good. And you'll run the loop around the customs house. For those trains that need to turn back around, I don't have a loop at the exit of the city, I have a loop at the customs house. On the outer track. Didn't want to put another track in, I just threw it onto the one of the waiting lines. Paper clip in pump. Oof, that sounds like... Okay, I mean, pump replacement is annoying, I guess, but probably doable. Replacement parts should be available. Hopefully. Let's work on our new waste arrival location. I want to have incoming unloading stations, probably one way. So road cargo station with 4 unloading stations. And there'll be 2 waste storages here, I guess. And then we need a distribution office. That runs with trucks. I think it'll have to be a large distribution office. I don't know, a small one might be fine. I guess if we need small ones, we'll build a second one. I don't really have a lot of space here. Where do I put the drop-off point? I don't know if I will need a second distribution office. Five trucks picking up the waste and transporting it into the incinerators. The distribution office doesn't have to be close to this area, because they'll move from anywhere to this location and then run rounds until they're done or they need to refuel. I don't have a gas station here yet, but there's probably space to build one. At least I don't think I have a gas station locally. There's a horse feeder. Oh no, never mind. I guess we do have a gas station. That one's close enough. So if the waste carriages come in, go past the clothing factory and drop off the waste here, this technical service drives out, picks it up, and transports it into the incinerators directly. This road cargo station becomes obsolete. And yeah, we need a one-way one because they're waiting at the entrance, which isn't as ideal. It needs more capacity. Otherwise it works really well. We can also pick up the waste from the one-way road cargo station, except the problem with that would be the fact that I guess the waste carriages won't wait until unloaded. So it wouldn't be a problem. Never mind, that would be okay. I don't know what to say about that story. I read it. I'm not gonna read it out loud. It's just congratulations on the washing machine repair. Do we have enough room for 2 waste storages below that? Ideally we would like 4. No, it's too narrow. It's not gonna fit here. I guess this could be the room for the distribution offices then, but the waste loading, unloading would have to be placed somewhere else. We set up the distribution offices on this outside and have the waste carriages bring it in on this side, right-hand turn, one way back out. Distribution office moves in, picks it up and transports it into the incinerators. That would work too. I don't know what we will put in this area. Could also be more clothing factories. We still have a warehouse here that could maybe have a second factory connection going out somewhere if we get rid of this section of road and just hook this up directly into the scrapyard, necker yard, and the... I guess that's about it. Nothing else here. Let's get this road connected. Get rid of this one. Another clothing factory here. Definitely got enough room. Factory connection would probably work too. I also think we have enough workers. I mean, the waste reworking is not a huge priority right now because this does work. But I think future-proofing with a dedicated storage might be more reliable. Plus we can fit up to 4 incinerators here and then scale it up with having multiple waste storages on this side or elsewhere. So we won't need to duplicate the waste setup into other locations at least. Just need to make sure we have redundant waste incineration in case one undergoes maintenance and it fills up with waste way too quickly. It's April. We are undergoing population stabilization, I guess. It's guaranteed to be stable at the end of April. There could still be a drop up until the end of April. But they're stabilized at around 16,300. Which is 600 people higher than last year. Looks promising, again, with the settings changed. Only trains that want to pick up coal will stop here now. No more delivery into the coaling station. It does work really well, initially having coaling stations supplied by just the trains themselves. But it is our main line, there's a lot of traffic coming through here. And I don't want the large trains to stop here. Only if they want coal, then it's fine. Does work very well. Resources, funny streamer. Kappa with the hairdo from Bob Ross. Makes no sense. Makes sense, I don't know. It's fine. The school will need to catch up soon. This one has caught up nicely, which might mean more people will go into it. Leaving the strain on the one inside the city center itself. I mean, this whole thing is supposed to be the city center. This one's running fine too. Okay, undo the checkbox. I think it's a low enough quantity now to not worry about that too much anymore. Let's check the loyalty prison number 2. Going over 50, very good. You're at the end of your sentence though, that is the 10-year one. Even went a little bit higher than the predicted 45, I guess. Newer ones, at the start of their sentence with 1.6 years left. That's 5 ticks plus another 3, so 8 ticks at 3%. 24 loyalty, also going to be over 50 when they get released. We need to make sure we have enough room for them. They will move into the houses of the prison right now, which is the only ones that will accept people with over 50% loyalty. Everything else in the city is set to not accept them, which I might change. I need to be very careful setting houses that accept 75% loyalty and higher, because that's basically how we stretch out our loyalty. But 50 to 75% is to get the average loyalty of the population up. If someone with over 50% loyalty works as a teacher, and we get an average of higher than 50, then every one of the students is going to be slowly moving towards that average. But currently they are not set to work here, because we had some education crisis. 2% uneducated workers now. There was 1% before. I believe we can get it under control though. Sending them all here is maybe not the smartest idea, but they will show up here anyway because these are the only houses to accept people without education. If they have low loyalty. If they have high loyalty, I accept them also in these structures. 75% and up. Should maybe set up a structure that accepts 50 to 75% loyalty, no questions asked. You work in the school as teachers. It's basically an attempt to solve the education crisis. I'm gonna unassign you again. I guess we can accept 50 to 75% loyalty here. I don't know if we get that many. I think it's either going to be very high loyalty or below 50%. So right now with the education crisis, I think we need to just funnel highly educated workers in here. I will accept 50 to 75% though. No, I will not. I will accept them elsewhere. In another building that is currently not overfilled. And maybe slightly further away from the pollution epicenters. Like this one. This one already accepts 50 to 75% loyalty, highly educated workers. Not 100% loyalty yet, because the prisons need to have their houses filled first before we check that box too. You're currently going to the university first. Which means I guess we could bring up the loyalty requirement again for the employees. 50% or higher. I want to push students into being over 50% loyalty by having professors with that loyalty in here. You can try an approach where you just boost the loyalty of everyone, basic education, higher education, by giving you teachers with very high loyalty inside the school. It drags the loyalty of everyone up inside that school. You can do that in the university too, for just the highly educated workers, which can then also work as highly educated workers in other areas. Because if you make the students in the school very loyal, and then the professors in the university are not as loyal, the loyalty is going to go down again. But maybe the school education already boosted their loyalty so much that the university is not going to drop it down as much. But I don't have that many yet, so I'm just going to use very loyal people and see if we can maybe boost the amount of highly educated workers with really good loyalty. Every time they get an education tick, the loyalty is also affected. So currently 40%, you are not going to get another tick. You're at 41%, you're going to get another tick, 1.88 right now. That should be the average. It went down because it was below 40. There was more people with lower loyalty in here. There's a bunch of people arriving with an unknown loyalty, which is because the secret police does not have enough highly educated workers at the moment. Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit trying to propagate the high loyalty again inside the city. Trying to find a system that works reliably is kind of difficult, which is really cool. It's like one of those things that still have a lot of discovery potential until we put it into a nice balance. I have not found a way to do it yet, but it is definitely a way to get loyalty into a republic and maintain it there. You can't start off once the loyalty has settled in at around 35%, because then you have no worker with over 50% loyalty. And the highly loyal people from foreign worker pool don't really care for your loyalty settings. 19 hours? I don't know what you mean. Scarlet fell asleep while cooking. I think cooking also involves eating, I would imagine. Okay, I guess we have the long waste train here now every now and then, which could lead to problems if we were building on the other side and there's no fire station. It doesn't spend a huge amount of time in the area loading the waste, but it still takes a while. And the more waste we produce, the more time it would take, obviously. So maybe we do use a dedicated waste train and don't use the aggregate train anymore. A train that doesn't block the road would make sense. Build a road bridge. I don't want to build a bridge that elevates itself over something else, which I think gives the city like a different charm. We have bridges leading into the city, but it's on the same level basically. Everything else is flat. And we have also rail bridges, but then we have built an underpass under the train tracks. I don't want to have a bridge going over a train track or a train track going over a road bridge that, like over a road via bridge. That would look really silly. I think train tracks should stay flat as much as possible. And I want to avoid any road bridge going over something. Because this whole area is flat, so I don't want to put unnecessary bridges in. If we were building on a hill, then that would be a different thing, I guess. Because then we would already work with the elevation changes from the terrain. And bridges would make a lot more sense. Tunnel. I also have not built any tunnels for road or rail. I have footpath tunnels and that's about it. I want as much as possible on the surface, just so it looks nicer. Even our train track leading into the city here could have easily been done with a tunnel, I guess. But no, citizen supply for that shopping center is by train. And there was enough room to squeeze in a double track so they can wait here. Worked quite well. One train is getting more resources right now, while the other one is waiting until unloaded on food. So population should be growing again. We did drop down a little bit more, it looks like. Yes, we have another sudden drop. 16,140, not ideal. No growth yet. The heating plants should stop operating soon. 100 people unable to visit a doctor, but that's okay. Only 10,000 people affected by pollution. One person got stabbed, minus 45% health for them. And 83 people had a stroke. Yeah, if we can tell the aggregate train to not pick up like construction waste and metal scrap anymore, and the mixed waste from the incineration. We could have a train about the length of the coal delivery here with 22 wagons, and that could handle the transportation here, no issue. That train is 214 meters long, which would easily stay behind the road and keep it open. It goes to the loading station for the metal scrap and construction waste first, then picks up the mixed waste, and then it heads out. And since it would be the same length as the coal train, the signal would also be fine. They would not get in each other's way, except if the waste train is loading mixed waste and the coal train wants to leave. It's a pretty important train now, the coal train, because it's not just supplying coal to the the power plants, also the coaling station, but it's not our only coaling station. We have another coaling station set up here. Higher capacity. Just so we have some redundancy. I was thinking of moving this coaling station away from the entrance so trains can't stop and coal on the main entrance. But it would basically shut off our complete supply right now. I guess now would be possible because we have a single track running past it. So we could get rid of the coaling station and then just build tracks through it. Or we could just say no coal into the coaling station, then they can't use it anymore, and at some point we can demolish it and rebuild it. It would get built pretty quickly. The demolition would be the thing that takes the longest, because construction would just be train tracks across. And once the building is gone, the construction trains would just move out, build the track, and then the other trains would be fine again. But it would affect all of our rail traffic, so having some bypass is kinda necessary, and we did set that up. Haven't used it yet. That was in case the coaling station has a major issue, because it was burning at one point and almost burned down. It was very, very close. I don't know when that happened, but it was on stream and it was very dramatic. There was a traffic jam and the coaling station was on fire. I think it went up to like 80% or 90%, and by that point we didn't have the bypass. That is the reason why we have a bypass going next to it. A little bit better on the staff versus teacher balancing. Still very many students here. The students that arrive here by train or tram basically get the most education, because they spend way more time in the school, which means they block the furthest along slots. Once they're done, sometimes they arrive here with like one more education tick from 0.95 to 1. Then they spend 4.5 hours just sitting here at sufficient education level. That's the downside of having a school that is slightly further away from the students. Okay, that's our aggregate unloading station for the heating plants. Sufficient fire carriages were available. Put that out. Yeah, that school is not happy. I don't want to assign more houses to it, because that's just going to drop workforce for everyone else, but I guess we could lower the theater for now. It's just here to provide a little bit of culture, same as the indoor pool. The population numbers are not high enough yet where that matters. And if those buildings are full and there's a queue in front of it, they can also get on a tram and visit a different building. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. I don't think I will need a cold shower. I'll take one after the stream, I guess. I don't think it's gonna be a long stream. I think like 4 hours might be today's goal. But yeah, good fun. Now we can get over 17,500 population to get the population increase research, birth rate increase. Still hoping on that happening this year. Hello, Mary Mentis. Welcome. Are we not picking up students counterclockwise? Let me check. Stop 5. You're also loading students, which then get dropped off at stop 6, I guess? No. They should not get dropped off at stop 6. They do get dropped off. Why do they move? They go to any other building before they go to the tram students building. Okay, that's a mistake. Like, tram students is the tram stop here, so they are trying to find buildings that they can go to. And the other tram stop is in range, which just means they're walking backwards. So this one needs to also be at 0%. So they should not basically walk backwards. And then the other tram stop on this side is not in walking distance. They can't walk to a school, they can't walk to anywhere else, really. This one won't accept them. Yeah, the fact that they were walking back here is, I guess, the reason that we have issues. if I take the tram students off, I think they would walk to this stop and then get picked up by another tram. You know what? I think we're just gonna unassign all of this and see how it behaves. And we're gonna probably deactivate students waiting here. Passengers, I guess, is fine. Maybe that'll solve it, because now not as many students will get pushed towards this direction, because the one tram line running counterclockwise was just pushing the students back to this stop, and then the clockwise ones were moving it into the school, overloading it. But I guess that means we're gonna have more students going to this school now. Which is better for us, there's more capacity in here, but I will run the checkbox in that case. Not sure if they're gonna make it up to the school in the north. University undergoing reconstruction. I'll let 50 to 75% loyalty move into the larger structures. The outer ones will preserve the higher loyalty only. The middle ones will accept some slightly lower loyalty. And if these are full, then I know I should probably allow them to move in somewhere else as well. Because these houses are full now. There's one more. This one. I'll probably change that back. They should just go here. Yeah, they shouldn't go in here. It's all loyalty prison. This one should be untouched other than by 75 or higher loyalty. Because loyalty for those workers will go down over time. And if they start at 50%, that would be a slot wasted. Struggling to get food. Should not be an issue. Unless you maybe walk to a grocer that has a bit of a problem. Grocers are quite busy in this area. Still seems pretty rough. But the other school is also very rough now, so maybe we can balance the workload on both of them. Still hovering around 2%, 170 uneducated workers. Where are they? They should all be just in these three houses here. Nope, some of them are also appearing inside the city. The school is just very, very busy. So much crime. We're not at the limit for crime yet. 20,000 citizens should be the limit. But I guess the fact that we have a lot of uneducated people might raise the crime. I am assuming. We need to bring more students to this school. I think I'm going to tell students on this stop that get unloaded to walk to one of these two. And then from here, the students themselves can just walk over to the school, which is how we will do it. Problem with that is the end station. The clockwise line will have to be modified. So clockwise line needs to now transfer unload students on this stop. So to be picked up again. And I guess we can also do passengers if we do that. Because we're gonna go to the stop, unload the people, go to the end station and pick people back up. I wish we could tell them to go in the other direction so they wouldn't drive over each other. Well, that's okay. Stop 5. So the new stop 5 will be here. It doesn't mean you're picking basically up anyone, because there's room for it now. There will be a loading task again. Transfer, end station, pick people back up, and then continue on. Don't pick up workers. If I unload workers by transferring here, then that is mostly for the industrial area. We'll see how that line behaves. I'm expecting an increase on students in that area. The line transporting clockwise and counterclockwise in the other direction needs to be looked at briefly as well. We're going through the tram workers stop, not the students. But we could be going through the students instead now. I don't know what's more important. I mean, we want to bring some workers to the industrial area, but there's barely anyone waiting here. We do have dedicated tram lines transporting the students away from this area. I don't think having a counterclockwise tram line for the students is very helpful, but it is what we have right now. It's also for the higher education, because we have 2 universities up in the north. Kind of makes it mandatory. Man, population growth kicked in very late again. But it is kicking in. We can get a similar trajectory, we might reach 17,500, and I'll bring on the research right away. We increased from 15,700 to 17,300, so we get 200 more people. We'll be in business. I think triggering the population increase at the beginning of the year is better than during winter. I mean, it's gonna make a lot of children. And it would be... well, they will spend a couple of years in the Republic. guided by their parents. Which basically means that if we don't have enough orphanages, or if our orphanages are already full, I don't know if the population increase research will actually do anything for us. Granted, the parents who are young enough to not be affected by pollution will also have more children, so it should at least have some effect. But yeah, there's still maintenance here. I still want to see if the population is recovering. We already gained 100 people in a couple days. It seems to be trending upwards. The orphanages were filled, so people in here will be growing up, joining the workforce, some of which are uneducated. But there's room for them to move into these houses and attempt to get an education in the school that is vastly overloaded. There's 107 educated workers here. I guess the orphanage eats a lot of them. Okay, I will try one extra building. Maybe we can get a bit more staff making its way into the school, encouraging more highly educated workers to show up as teachers. Get some more students educated. We were at 170 uneducated workers before, we're now at 188. So we definitely need to do something. Are we getting more students up here? Not yet. You can't get all the way to the tram stop over there. I could run another student tram line, which I think would be great, because we can just run it to this stop, and then from here they can unload directly into a university and or the school. We already have enough people waiting for higher education, so that is not a concern. But the school students would be, the pupils would be excellent. So I guess we'll set up 3 clockwise, 3 counterclockwise, and try and alleviate the stress on the education there a little bit. Load students, workers without an education, children with or without an education. Go past this student stop, unload, and then basically running from this stop into the side road, going through here and then returning, I think. So I'll have to go to an end station. Go to this end station. And then once you leave the end station, you're gonna have to go to the outside to run the long way around, to not get into the way of anyone else. There's no students waiting here, just workers. They're just traveling through it. That's your task. 3 vehicles. And then we'll set up a route going the opposite direction, I think. Should also name it. That was student center counterclockwise. I don't need another tram route, I don't think. I was thinking having a tram go all the way up to this stop, but we already have a tram line going to that stop. That is a passenger tram. Maybe I need to merge the student and passenger trams instead of running separate ones. Just unify this network. It would be a problem with how we set up the tram stops though. But if we can run the students with the new tram line, which is more efficient and just drops them off in the center, maybe it'll work. Does mean that the technical university would probably see way fewer students. Plus they need to have at least have 30% loyalty to actually be allowed to go here. Oh my god, so many school children. Way fewer students waiting here now. So we got the tram students, which is the outer loop. The center is the small loop. Only 3 trams for that. Center south is just going through the student stop, because why not? I will probably stop that. A bit of a lack of food here. So many trams. I mean, the platforms do their job, I guess. It's just that the road wasn't really designed to handle that many. Why are you still in a tram? You want food, you want alcohol, you got everything. No electronics. You're just riding a tram for the fun of it, I guess. Admirable. Amicable. "59 uneducated workers. Only one of them complaining that they can't work because of low education." More teachers. Let's go. Number still going up. We're getting more students here now. Still not enough. I'll have to check the tram route, how many trams would be ideal. The large tram loops, I think, are not great. I mean, they're basically collecting students from the outside and making sure they go somewhere. Like, there's no tram otherwise picking up people from this area and giving them a higher education. Not that we need it. Not everyone needs to be able to have access to a higher education. Universities are already overloaded. We could prioritize the students that want a basic education first before the ones with the higher education on the tram network by adding 2 loading commands each. First the basic education, the ones that want the basic education students, and then everyone. Okay, I think we're going to slowly reduce the amount of workers in the orphanage here to try and encourage more workers inside the school for now. I'm going to do that slowly so we don't cause too much upheaval with the crime being generated by the orphanage for children without proper guidance. But it should bring up the workforce here, which will then in turn educate the people inside these new flats and hopefully give us more workforce in general, which can then work in the orphanage again. Also, other facilities like the grocer need a little bit more help. That is a very long queue. We're also bringing people here by tram, I guess. Which we could prevent. Because it's kind of like overloading the whole network. I guess passengers should not be transported clockwise. They should be going counterclockwise onto the main area. So I'm going to stop loading passengers on stop 2. We could also stop loading students and not bringing them into the center, which I would like to do. 3 and 4, we can load everyone. I think that's the only change I want to make. Don't bring any more students or passengers towards the center. The school is way busy. And we're dropping all of the uneducated workers in here, which need an education, so stop bringing extra students. And visitors to the shopping centers, stores. I mean, it's grocers, there's no shopping center here at all. No one can buy any clothing. That'll hopefully fix it. Of course, those students have to go somewhere else. But the buildings inside the city have a better supply of workers. And my goal is still to try and get them to go to this school. Which means I have to adjust a couple things. So what's going on with the student lines, clockwise and counterclockwise? We only have 5 trams running each. So going from the end station, stop 2, 3, That one's having the most trouble, I guess, because of the long distance. But we do unload them in stop 3. And then reload them, which basically resets their travel time. So they should have no issue making it. Let's make sure that's stop 4. Can reach the school just fine. So I think the counterclockwise loop is okay. Doesn't have a lot of trams, but it should be fine. I think we were just drawing too many students out of the area. The clockwise loop. A little bit more, a couple more stops from here. Passenger, the student stop. Stop 3. Loading students if there are any. I don't think this stop accepts any, so no, it does. So we can load students here. Unloading them. Going all the way around. Stop 6 should basically be skipped, I think. Because we're just unloading them at the tram stop and then not doing anything anyway. So I don't think we need to have stop 6 here anymore. And then tram last stop. We don't need that. I mean, I was unloading them here, I guess, to go onto the other platform for the students, but honestly, the other line should just deal with it. We're not doing that anymore. We're skipping the last stop. We're skipping the loop back around to go into the end station, which will reduce the traffic overall in this area. Don't do that anymore. Just fewer stops. Just do your one loop and you'll be fine. You can't turn around up here, so you'll go around the outside. This should hopefully be good enough. Should now allow more students to funnel into the upper universities and school. This is where our highest capacity lies. This is also where I could propagate more loyalty into everyone. We're back up to 37% loyalty, which is great. Maybe we can get a loyalty spiral going. It's not a loyalty spiral yet, it's more like a loyalty scribble. If you get too fancy with this transportation of students, you also hamper your population growth. Like, you can load and infinitely transport students around your city and they will never grow up. If you do that too often, you send them around on infinite loops, they will basically be frozen in time. Which is a bit of a problem. So making our student transportation as efficient as possible can also help with population growth. Because if they don't have to walk around outside and just sit at home. I mean, you can test it with prisoners quite easily. If you send a prisoner out to work somewhere, they will still tick up by 0.2 after every free time, as far as I remember. I hope I don't remember incorrectly, but I haven't used prison labor in a while after discovering that. Because they then stay around for longer, because they do their work shift and they do their free time and then 0.2 years. So they will stick around longer inside the prison. Which is not good for re-education. We got 1.5 months left. We need to rise up by another 500 population. It might be doable. Sometimes you can also check it by having inflated population numbers. Children 7 to 21 years, 4,800 versus just 1,600 babies. I mean, the population graph is, this is 6 years, this is 14 years, so it should be double, but it's way more than that. Hopefully it'll fix itself now. Could mean that we get a lot more people without an education though. These houses are filling up. I also moved some people with education in though. Okay, the school is not as overloaded anymore. I think we might be able to take off the checkbox now. As long as there's more people in the classroom than in the schoolyard, it'll get done. Also get some of the people who haven't gotten any of the education yet. And are already in the workforce since the age 33. Yeah, you need an education, man. You already had a child who doesn't have an education either, but that's okay, they're only 1 year old. So let's see if we can fix that oddity. Maybe I should only allow people without an education to move into the school right here. These houses could be suitable for that. I would like it to have a dedicated building that doesn't allow anyone else to move in. If we have a crisis, we can see it. So that one is 75% loyalty and up, which I don't think that makes sense to have that here. No education. We can have anything but 75% and higher loyalty, that's okay. Let's funnel the uneducated workers into the area with the school that has spare capacity. Yeah, we already have a structure here that accepts highly educated workers with loyalty. Several, in fact. I'm routing the excess workers to a bus platform so they can choose their own workplace after the fact. Otherwise it's just a bit of a nightmare where they go into any building, even those that don't require highly educated workers. We'll accept workers here too, I guess. Otherwise I'll have to use this stop, I guess. And I don't know if I want to have highly educated workers waiting on it. I mean, that's how it was set up. Might be reasonable. No, I think if I do that, I'm gonna throw way too many things into disarray. We're gonna turn that off again. You go back to the other bus stop. Focus is the university right now, with the people of 75% or higher loyalty. Not that these houses have particularly high loyalty. I don't think we've produced any of that particular skill set. I guess we can turn on the 75 to 100% loyalty once the second prison has filled up all of its houses. Which has not... happened yet. If there's no room for people with high loyalty to move into, if they come out of a prison, they just disappear. They leave the Republic. Temperature low. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? Still 30 degrees. Heating plants should be running. I guess we had a cold snap. Okay, that's fine. Looks like the heat water tanks weren't sufficiently charged for that cold snap in September. Maybe I need to boost this up to 20 degrees. I don't think that plays a major role though. Another prison producing 100% loyalty workers. Very good. Yeah, I think leaving the school this way is okay now. Should go through the other workers, which then become available for working other facilities. We have more staff than necessary now. I'll open up the orphanage again. That might fall over again. That's like 10 extra workers, which could drop this down to 6. We'll see how it does. $244 uneducated workers, but now the new ones move into the building up here. This one. And here they can get a school education pretty quickly. They have 75% or higher loyalty. I mean, I should also accept them. I guess the houses in front of the loyalty prison are full. Not quite, no. This building will accept people with no education but the highest loyalty. That should be sufficient. We go over 50% loyalty requirement, the loyalty boost will go up. With more loyal people running the show, the propaganda increases in effectiveness. What am I going to make myself for dinner? I only had one food today and I think I'll keep it that way. I had some Indian food when I came back from the city. Didn't eat anything else. I mean, I had an ice cream, I guess, for cooling down, but not a proper meal otherwise. Oh. You meant Burns. Never mind. Hello, Otanoran. Welcome. Sorry for intruding on your private conversation there. $17,160. We don't have a lot of time left. Don't think we're gonna get over to 17,500. I hope we're gonna reach what we had last year. End of October. And then it dropped. So a month. I would put it very close. It's difficult. So I guess the orphanages prevent population decline during health crises, but also just keep population growth up in general because they preserve children when parents die. In our case, they have to do a double work, both of those tasks, because of the heavy pollution we have, for approximately half of the year. Siberia would be really rough, but I think people in Siberia are also more hardy. I don't know if the setup would work on Siberia. I'm just assuming it would. Definitely would try it, because the heating is more of a problem than the pollution on Siberia. $260, still going up. I guess with new students trickling in all the time, sometimes the workers that are waiting don't find a way to get the education they need. I wish we could accept workers on this platform with those that don't have an education. Yeah, you're like here for another 3 hours and you're already done with your education. Blocks this up a little bit too much. Oh god, the percentage is increasing. I don't want to build another school. Didn't know that issue was creeping up on us. These were not set correctly. They're drawing highly loyal people out of the area, which they shouldn't. They also should not accept people without an education. Reconstruction of the school in the north in progress. It is at capacity, but it's just at capacity. There's no queue forming on the schoolyard. If our tram network would work correctly, that might change. Did you pick up students? Center south, clockwise. I don't think you should pick up students anymore. I think you should just unload and not pick up anyone from here. This is just a drop-off point for you. So, just an unload stop. Oh, great. South counterclockwise, I think it was. That way. Wait, that messed it up. That's not what I did. What happened? I just center south counterclockwise. I don't know what I changed. I thought did I click cancel by accident? I need to correct that. Okay, you going through the worker stop is fine. You are missing your last stop now, I think. No, you still have the student stop. But I got rid of that. Maybe I deleted the last stop again instead of the student stop. But yeah, it's just an unload stop now. You're also not supposed to pick up workers on stop 8. I don't think you're... yeah, no workers. Because they're just bringing them back to the city center. Hydrate? I did. I'm okay, thank you. I'll do it again, I guess. Population growth is slowing down. We're not gonna go over 17,500. Unfortunate. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave it to a 4-hour stream today, so at most another 50 minutes. Shame we didn't get there with the population count. It's even worse than last year. I don't know what to do. I think it's the... it might correct itself next year. I think I just had way too many students stuck in loops that didn't get an education fast enough. I hope it'll be better. Acquired big walkies. Excellent. What? I need some free time. Something where I can sit in a warm building in my warm flat without earphones on. We can extend to a 4-hour, 4-minute stream. Don't know. I mean, this was an experiment. If I can stream workers and resources in a warm room, and it kind of works, but it's still not ideal. Moved over to IEMs, I don't know what that is. A little bit worried, population count wise. In-ear monitors. Okay. But my ears can't look into monitors, I don't know. Some more demo games, maybe, during the week. I was planning on doing more workers and resources, if possible. I don't know about this run. We're losing a lot of money. Population is stagnating. Waste transportation is still fine across the city. I don't know that one. Yeah, that one. The horsey game. Oh, burns. Nice. It's not a mission failure? It is, okay. I mean, we are running the education through for some of the students who want to go to university. Once they are gone, it'll open up spaces for people who are already in the workforce. But still, I think we're getting the population numbers down for the students now that the tram has been corrected. Maybe I should verify that. Yeah, we don't want this number to increase to catastrophic levels. That started increasing. Where is it? Productive age workers. That one's going down. Babies is hovering around. 7 to 21-year-olds is just staying pretty much and increasing. They need to get out of the workforce, out into the workforce. We get counter-batteried. I see. I guess I could assign the student stop to a building that is not the school here, so the school is only for locals students. If we select the student stop and assign all students to go to the tram worker stop, which doesn't accept students, then any student on this stop will have nowhere to go. And trams arriving here with students, I guess technically also won't be able to unload. But now I think we only have trams that load students from this area and don't unload. I don't know if this will reduce the overall amount of students here and bring them up in the area that has the capacity. Building maintenance here is done, by the way. That's kind of my hope. Oh god, the trams are doing a U-turn. I don't like that at all. I guess it is technically set up in a way where they can do that, but it looks really, really ugly. I did not finish the road here. I should do that. The road might look different after that. Still a lot of people, not as many as before. 322 uneducated. We were playing Pax Autocratica. Seems like something you might enjoy. I don't think so. It was like a combination of base building and first-person shooting. I don't know why it would. It doesn't look like I would like it. I don't know what you think would make me like it. Not sure about that. Base building and shooting, yeah. Have I done that before? I don't remember doing something like that. Done it as a Half-Life 2 mod at some point. Bay building. Oh, okay. Bay watch. This looks better. Once we don't have any uneducated people here anymore, the amount of students will go down drastically. Maybe we can route some uneducated people to this area. Because I don't think these buildings will allow a lot of them to arrive here. But yeah, this would be the best school to accept uneducated people over the age of 21 because of the high capacity the building has. Okay, I'm gonna allow people without an education to move into this building too, since we don't have that many. Actually, no, not that one. That one only accepts highly loyal people. This one would make sense. I'll have a look at it again. I remember the trailer being very Helldivers 2-ish. But yeah, I haven't done any base building recently, I guess. In the sense of what that game portrays. Might like it. But I can't really buy games on that premise right now. I already have quite a couple. Plus I don't own all the train games yet. Oh, it's too late, Burns. Neo Contra is in the corner, sobbing. There's no coming back from that one. Wait, do we have workers in areas without an education that don't have any transportation for them? No, it should be fine. It's mostly in this area. And of course the structures I set up. The old keyboard is eating half your inputs. Population struggle is still real. It isn't crashing yet, it's like hovering around. I think me messing with the student numbers is kind of doing that. I think there's people growing up now from the student numbers that wasn't before, with the tram lines now finally running, hopefully correctly. I guess I could maybe look at the where the students actually are. Current location. All the children. Started with that too. Left arrow key has to be pressed hard at least twice to register an input. Maybe you need to pop it off and see if there's something stuck underneath. Or just buy a new keyboard. They're not that expensive. You can also replace the key and the... well, I don't know about what keyboard you have, but if you have a mechanical keyboard you can replace the key and the item underneath that registers the input. Isn't it a problem while gaming? Oh, that... you wouldn't say that if you were doing competitive gaming. Also use it when working from home, and sadly WASD isn't an alternative if you write something in Word. True. Looks like we're through the crime wave. Looks like. So hopefully next year we're not gonna have any more cases running over. I didn't see any issues with the overlay. But I can't really check for children, I guess. We could see where the uneducated people are and what they're doing. If someone's like looping back infinitely. That's a thing, huh? I mean, uneducated workers. But there's no workers allowed, so does it count like children? Or is it... does it have people with no education in here? Doesn't look like it. Might be counting children. Which is kind of funny. Technically true, but... yeah. I don't think there should be children collecting here. Unless we're transporting them backwards, do we? I guess we didn't really set any rules for this cableway. When people arrive here, they could go and not get to the school, unfortunately. They should be transported to the student platform, passengers should go to the passenger platform, and workers should go to the workers platform, but No, there should be no workers allowed there. So I guess we'll pick up people and transport them back. I don't have that much capacity here, but I guess we can transport them into the city. Or can we let them move somewhere else? Like if they can get to this tram stop? Oh, they can. Then that would be even better, because then they can walk directly to their destination. Like the students can go to the student stop, and the passengers will go into the area where there's a lot of attraction buildings. But probably check if you can go wherever you want, and if you can't, then you will go to the passenger platform. Which basically means they will also walk to any other tram stop that is in range that accepts them, which I guess is fine. Okay, let's empty out this stop, I guess. There's so many passengers and students waiting here. The best solution would probably be just to turn it off and have it be dealt with by the tram. I think that's the right thing to do. Let's turn that off. Get onto the tram network. Maybe that was the people who were complaining about starvation and other things, because they get stuck in an area where they can't go anywhere. And now they'll have to go to the tram stop like everyone else, and it might overload it. And if that's the case, then we might reactivate the cableway. We won't let workers wait here. Go somewhere else. Or count as unemployed, I don't care. Good number of students. Please lower the amount of uneducated workers at some point. You have like the most of them. $108, $148, $150. I'm also accepting them down here, because that's close to the pollution center, so I don't really care too much. Okay, we'll build that road so the people here from this building can also get to the other school. I mean the footpath with the street light. Or will we? The school is already way too busy. I mean, you're sending your students wherever. You also have access to the other school already. So I guess you don't need it. Never mind, you're fine. Cool tram. Donut. Bright skill schwert. Kill schwert. Or bright skill schwert. Yeah, I don't know where to separate that one. I want to run the checkbox on this now too. Get the students out of here as quickly as possible. which we can finish an education of. I don't know, guys. Population struggle is real. It started with the center here, but I think it's doing okay now. Yes, it's draining population, but that's like every area ever. Not draining it any more than any other area, I think. At least the life expectancy is pretty much the same. What's my Twitch picture supposed to be? That's a secret. I mean, I'd explained it when Lopo was here, Lolopod. That's not a secret. I took that one as a snapshot from a video, from a music video, from a Beastars music video. So it's a very obscure reference that no one's gonna get, but I like the composition of it. Well, your nobility then. Get him. I must say, the current situation is kind of like really interesting to me in this game because I don't know what's going on and I don't know if we can fix it. We're losing money. Population is hovering around. I mean, right now it looks not too bad, but usually the worst of the population drop happens once winter is over. It's definitely a more shallow drop than previous year so far. Seems like the uneducated worker number went down from 350 to 338, which is good. I guess that's probably because of winter and pollution. So not necessarily a win just yet. This is still the school with the most issues. We might have to have another school inside the city. I mean, I did build an extra school. I'm just assuming that we will have to wait a little bit for it to take effect. Alternatively, we could build another school for the southern extension next to the heating plant. But I don't really have any room here to build a school into it. Except I guess we could maybe drop a school there. That would be quite close to the one that is struggling. If we drop another school here, maybe with a waste storage. That would deal with a lot of houses. And some extra tram stops for dropping students off into. Causing a lot of overloading of this school, I think, but it could be an option. Right next to the train track too, so very safe. I haven't considered using the smaller schools yet. They could fit in much more easily. I mean, if we had some space, we could tear down one of the sports facilities and put a school in, I guess. Like if we drop another school here? Under the cableway? Okay, that might be a bit of a bad spot because there's a cableway going right through it. All the other places are already occupied. Winter is a terrible time to check that. Yeah, uneducated worker numbers going down. Pollution and all that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just ticked over. Only less than 10% escapes, which is okay. Yeah, Scarlet, I also don't know what Archduke means. Like, very odd to say something like that. Good reason to be enraged. That's not an enraged animation. I'm so glad I added those. They're kind of fun. Maybe we can get this school to have access to the tram stop. I don't think it is going to work. What is the... oh, it's way over there. No, that is quite far. It's already air distance over 410 meters. That's not gonna happen. I mean, the other solution was to transport students again. Once we make sure there's no more uneducated people here. Just get some of the other students from the other area educated. I would only do that once all the uneducated people here have gotten an education, though. It's not really going down. It's kind of weird. I would expect them to get an education at some point, but apparently it takes quite a while. Do we still have room for uneducated workers? Yes. On to 270. Come on, finish your basic education. I'll use the checkbox again, just to focus on those who are most advanced in their education and get them out of here. You're almost done. One more time. 0.05% education left. When you play Casualties Unknown again, streamer? I kinda wanna wait until the game releases, but I also wanna play it. It's a tricky one. Casualties Unknown and Frontline Logistics Assyrian Warfare is like on my big to play lists for this year still. When they come out. Early access or not early access doesn't matter, but I don't know. The demo version of Casualties Unknown is just way too addicting. But we would probably start over again until I learn the controls. Again. Yeah, population decline is still relatively flat. How's the level of children versus, well, babies versus children? 1,500 versus 4,800, still pretty high. Slowly moving over. The run is struggling. Money-wise, we're still okay for a while, even if it's draining. Last year, we dropped by 3.5 million. Jesus, okay, that's a lot. It just went from positive to suddenly, bam, 6 million rubles less. Do I have to rework something? Do we put another school in? Do we take down a house? I just put another school here and double the capacity of the area. Probably. I would be quite loud in that school with the trains running through the area all the time. But that just makes them tougher. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. That would accept a lot of people. Let's get that school set up. Do children actually manage to get there on foot in winter, or does the snow block the sidewalk? Citizens are not affected by snow, even without snowplows. They will walk anywhere at the same speed. So we should be alright. Yes, take notes. There'll be questions about all workers and resources facts after the stream is over. Alright. Children's playground, I guess. Right next to the train tracks. Okay, population drop is now in full effect, it looks like. Klausur relevant. Oh god, you just gave me a PTSD from that. Please don't. Okay, we'll set up another school. Apparently we're down to 160 uneducated now. I will still want another school just to be a little bit more reliable here. I hope we have enough workers there. And yeah. It's also in range of the delivery area for the students by tram. Barely, but it is. That is very, very close to not being actually in range. Because people from here don't walk across, I guess. They just walk to the other stop. Can't see the other footpaths. There it is. Might have to wait until winter's gone, I guess, before I make that connection. Don't think I can scrape the snow away. But yeah, this should be way closer than 400 meters. Just an awkward footpath. 275 direct route, so maybe 350? $332. That school has calmed down, very good. Once we increase the amount of workers in the area, should we be able to get it repopulated? It'll be running at capacity or close to. School up here, slightly over. I guess we can run it without the checkbox. And this one is just struggling. But we are now running it with the checkbox, just to make sure some people here finish in a reasonable amount of time. Crime wave again at winter time, I guess. Not ideal. Well, we'll wait for the snow to go away, so I can set up the other footpath, and then the stream might probably be coming to a close. The stream will be coming to a close, not probably, I'm just gonna say it. Also, I was lying with the test. There will be no test. I'm too lazy for that. We're this close to a 24-hour stream, I know. But yeah, life got in the way. I mean, if we drop this year below our last year's level... Oh, haven't had a game crash in a while. Interesting. If we drop this year below last year's level... That would be... some... Wait... Downloading content? What's happening? What's happening, game? Why are you downloading content for the game? It's downloading something. We're on version 21 at the end, I think. Maybe it was just uploading the... No, I wasn't cloud saving it. There's one way to enter stream. I'm loading back into the game. But yeah, it's just gonna make sure to save it. I want to run it until I get that footpath built, I guess. 11110. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, there was an update today. Okay. Let me check. New version. Okay, got an update. A bread van. More trams. Wooden horse buildings now require more frequent maintenance. I wonder if the German translation for the repair station got fixed. Rebalance capacity of pubs, sport halls and swimming pools. Oh no. Oh no. That's a sport. Oh, swimming pools. I guess the swimming pool isn't running. Thought it meant indoor pools maybe. So, new vehicles and stuff. SKD 15T, I think that one's new. Like one thing called a bread van. PAZ 657 bread van. I think it got released publicly. I don't think it's internal branch only. Probably test branch. Yes, it's on the test branch. Got released 50 minutes ago, so you can check that out. I'm not gonna go through the changes, I guess. A small brick grain silo. Modern warehouses with rail connections. I am going through the changes apparently. So we now got warehouses with rail connections. Very cool. Neat. I'm just going through a couple of them. Did I have the construction site already in place here? Yes. Gates, stairs, water and sewage switches, tram stops, sports playgrounds, monuments and fountains are now immune to fires. Very cool. Gates, water and sewage switches and fountains do not require maintenance anymore. Really? Interesting. Change Prussian T18 locomotive available to NATO. Okay, that's a huge change for me because that's kind of like my go-to locomotive. We can't buy that anymore from the east. That's now a Western locomotive because Germany and all that. Okay, that gives you a reason to get to the western border, I guess. They added a nuclear missile cell you asked for? I don't think so. I celebrated 24-hour death stream. Well, keep holding out for that 24-hour stream, I guess. Added an old livestock hall. Added a wooden restaurant. Okay, cool. But yeah, we're coming to the end of the stream. I'll wait until the snow melts, get the footpath in place, and then we'll call it. So if those buildings don't require maintenance anymore, that reduces our overall cost, I guess. Wait. Gates, water, and sewage switches and fountains. Okay, stairs still require maintenance. Okay, that makes sense. Stairs are not affected by the no maintenance change. Changed tram sounds. They're a lot quieter now, it sounds like. More trams added. It's hard to tell for me. Start production year. A tram with a trailer, huh? Anyway, let's get the footpath in place. And then we'll call it. That'll do. This is a tram driving my home. City love it. Ah, okay. Working from the beginning. It's making terrain even for fields. Playing out food city. Coal city being built. Lots of trams. Oh, new monuments. Liberation arches. I think they are monuments. Oh cool, another concrete monument. Wait, does that have a different graphic now? Is that the same one? It looks different. Did that affect our existing monuments? Because I think that looks like a new building. Oh yeah. Very cool. Anything else? Rework models and textures of vanilla monuments and the meat storage. Ah yeah. Gotta get used to that now. New meat storage. Added an OV series steam locomotive. Last one. Oh, 50 kilometers an hour. Got a new steam train. Excellent. But yeah, we're gonna be calling it here for now. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. This republic is still struggling. Why are these vehicles not getting replaced? What is happening with that now? Waste. I think I have a waste. Oh, it's because of the waste carriages in storage. I think it's causing problems. Can't end the stream just yet. Gotta fix that. Get all of these scrapped, please. Hammer the button until it stops. Okay. Fix that. Thank you. Alright. Let's see where we can head out to. Not sure why it crashed, but it gave us a little bit of a preview on the update, which is available in the beta branch. Alright, let's raid somewhere. We will be raiding over to NetEye, who's playing Race Room. Something different. A racing stream. Currently racing on Spa in, I think, what is a Porsche. NetEye is someone who I wanted to try and get to play Casualties Unknown, but it hasn't happened yet. But we will see. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. Have a very good rest to your start of the week. Monday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. And we'll be back with Workers and Resources sometime this week. Okay, everyone, all the best. And maybe I'll see you next time.